Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa.
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Lagos City. Thank God it's Friday. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. We've got a packed show lineup for you this morning, but first let's see what's making up stories today. We will not compromise your welfare, Tinubu assures soldiers. NLC asks subscribers to prepare for telecoms boycott. 8 billion naira allocation for anti-vandalism advocacy, says Adelabu. Russia rejects UK accusations of targeting undersea cable. Iheanacho makes decision over transfer to Panathinaikos. Well, we begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu on Thursday assured officers and soldiers of the Nigerian army that their welfare would not be compromised. The president gave the assurance at the inauguration of the newly constructed Bola Ahmed Tinubu Barracks, named after him in Abuja. He said the barracks project aligned with the federal government's commitment to enhancing troops' welfare, including providing adequate office and residential accommodation. According to him, knowing that the federal government is always ready to meet the needs of troops to fulfill their mandate is essential for winning battles. He said the government will continue to commit resources to improve the welfare of soldiers. Moving on now, the Nigeria Labour Congress has called on Nigerians to prepare for a nationwide boycott of telecommunication services in response to the federal government's recent approval of a 50% increase in telecommunication tariffs. However, telecommunication companies insisted that the tariff hike is essential for the long-term sustainability of the sector and the improvement of services for subscribers. This came as the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission charged the telcos to prioritize service improvement following the approval to hike telecommunication tariffs. The NLC, in a statement on Wednesday, described the increment as a grave injustice to citizens already burdened by economic hardship. NLC President Joe Ajaero expressed deep concern over the timing of the hike, which according to him coincides with rising inflation and declining purchasing power. He said telecommunication services have become a basic necessity, with the average Nigerian worker spending approximately 10% of their income on telecom charges. Still on now, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has reassured Nigerians of his commitment to delivering a stable electricity supply, stating that efforts are ongoing to improve the country's power infrastructure. Adelabu also addressed misconceptions surrounding the 8 billion naira allocation in the Ministry of Power's 2025 budget, clarifying that the funds are earmarked for advocacy against vandalism, education, enlightenment, and deploying technology to safeguard power infrastructure, and not for sensitizing citizens to pay electricity bills. The minister, who came on the fire on social media following claims that the ministry was spending 8 billion naira on electricity bill awareness, dismissed the report as unfounded. He explained that the ministry's focus is on combating the growing menace of vandalism, which has severely disrupted power supply in many parts of the country. Now, to end the local news, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has destroyed substandard, unregistered food, drugs, and cosmetic products worth approximately 1,367,000 seized in the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. During the destruction exercise on Thursday, NAFDAC Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, stated that the activity is part of the agency's routine operations across all zones of the Federation, including the FCT. Adeyeye, who was represented by Festus Ukadike, a director in the Director General's office, stated that the agency's goal is to rid the country's supply chain of substandard regulated goods. She highlighted that in 2024, NAFDAC made significant progress with substantial seizures that demonstrated its commitment to protecting public health. And on the foreign scene, Russia on Thursday denied ever targeting underwater communications cables, a day after London accused a Russian spy ship of passing through British waters and issued a direct warning to President Vladimir Putin. Britain said on Wednesday that its Royal Navy had tracked the ship about 45 miles off its coast, saying the vessel was being used for gathering intelligence and had been mapping critical underwater infrastructure. The accusations came with concern about the sabotage of underwater communications links between NATO countries blamed on Russia. In a statement cited by Russian state news agencies, Moscow's embassy in London said that the accusations made by the British defense establishment against Russia of creating some kind of threat to the underwater communications of the country and its NATO allies are absolutely untenable. They maintain that such threat never come from Russia. The French government said it's putting the final touches on a reformed sex education syllabus for schools, with some topics notably around gender identity causing resistance among conservative groups. Education Minister Elizabeth Bourne, who previously served as Prime Minister under President Emmanuel Macron between May 2022 and January 2024, is spearheading the effort, saying overhauling sex education guidelines was overdue. She said the overhauled syllabus is to come into force after the summer holidays this year, calling for 3 sex education sessions per year for primary, middle, and secondary schools, including private schools. While 3 such annual sessions have been mandatory on paper for over 2 decades, they happen only rarely. Top of the list is the inclusion of a discussion around gender identity and biological sex, which has become a hot-button topic in recent years in many Western countries. And now to sports. Super Eagles striker Kelechi Iheanacho has turned down a move to Panathinaikos, preferring to wait for a more enticing offer. The 28-year-old striker, who has struggled to make an impact on Sevilla since joining the club on a free transfer last summer, had been linked with a move to the Greek Super League giant. According to Radio Sevilla, Iheanacho is not convinced by Panathinaikos' offer and has decided to put his departure from Sevilla on hold. The Nigerian forward and his entourage are reportedly holding out for a better offer, with clubs in England believed to be interested in his services. However, his decision to reject Panathinaikos' offer is a clear indication that he is not willing to settle for just any club. And to end the news, Anthony Joshua's brother, promoter Eddie Hearn, has outlined the conditions under which a fight between Joshua and Deontay Wilder could happen. Speaking to Ring Magazine, the British promoter explained that the first step is to wait for the outcome of Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker fight scheduled for February 22nd. He emphasized that the fight is not their current priority. Anthony Joshua lost his last fight to Daniel Dubois and is now searching for a potential opponent. However, Turki Al-Sheikh has shared details about who the British boxer might face next. And those were the stories that made headlines this morning. Up next is a top story analysis. Don't go away.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns. Those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love, because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, am I going back? I said, no, you're not going back. And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to Olashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back, I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odulami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam, the show where authenticity meets conversations and where lived experiences become shared and learning experiences. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and on this episode, we are taking a deep dive into the journey of single motherhood. Today, I'll be joined by two wonderful women who will share their experiences of navigating life as a single mom. My first guest is Daba Omoregbe, a seasoned IT professional turned entrepreneur with a distinguished career spanning over 2 decades. She founded Zest for Life, which produces the popular Zesty range of healthy drinks and has since become a respected figure in Nigeria's business community. She is also the proud mother of a 27-year-old daughter. We also have with us Bimbo Fishayo, a renowned entrepreneur, educator, and leader. Bimbo has spent over 30 years shaping minds and helping build institutions. A mother of 4 and grandmother of 8, she is the founder of CTC International School, focused on values and academic excellence, which was a huge success for 25 years. Together, we will talk about the challenges and triumphs of navigating life as a single mom, and we'll explore the realities of raising children on your own as a woman. Let's get started. Daba and Bimbo, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here. I'm so excited about the conversation we're going to have.
I'm looking forward to it.
Same here. Thank you.
Fantastic. I know for me, I became a single mom through divorce, and my daughter was 18 months when I became a single mom. And that was a huge change for me, having literally a very young child. And I had to literally pivot, think about my career, think about the finances, and what I was going to do next with my life. And it can be a very challenging time because you're having to navigate, not just for me, a divorce, but navigate how am I going to bring up my daughter, the support system. So there are just many, many things to consider. For you, Daba, how was it? What's your story of being a single mother?
So I became single through divorce like you, and my daughter was just 18 months old like you. And it was something I needed to do at the time. And it wasn't easy having that decision because, of course, my daughter, she was a baby. And for me, I was already a working mom before my daughter, so I was already working seriously. So one of the things, like the huge change for me was I used to like to go out a lot,
right?
And the huge change is that now I won't be able to be going out now because I have this little one that had to, who's looking at me. So it wasn't something that I was like. It was really sad that I had to, start looking after this on my own.
Right.
So. Because I had to think of so many things. I had to think of my finances, I had to think about childcare. I was in the UK at the time, and childcare wasn't easy. It was an expensive thing to carry on. And then you now have just one salary, one income coming in. So you had to even think about cheaper ways to have your childcare. So I used to go around looking for my friends' mothers or who were not, and finally I actually found one of my friends from church who agreed to take care of my daughter whilst I was at work.
Right.
So, it was like, for me, it was just life-changing that, now, Daba, you're now on your own, so
yes.
let's navigate the world together.
Right.
But there's a point in my time where it was so difficult for me. But my friend came to stay with me, and she saw me with my daughter, and she now said, you know what, you need to take this child to your mother because it was as if you're about to have a breakdown. So she actually took my daughter away, and my daughter was in Nigeria for a few years.
Oh, wow.
And came back when she was maybe about 4.
Bimbo, how about you? What's your story?
Yes, mine happened through divorce as well.
Right.
At that point, I had 4 children under the age of 10.
Wow.
Yes, so it was a huge blow. But I made up my mind that I was gonna face it, and it was very difficult to handle rent, school fees, school runs, food, security at home, everything. But my mom got a young lady for me from her hometown at that time, and the young girl proved to be very, very helpful. After I taught her all the things that I wanted her to know, I could pretty much leave the kids with her and go to work and feel safe.
Right.
She knew which hospital to go to if anything happened. You know, in those days there were no phones.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm talking about 90s, very early 90s. There were no phones. So it was difficult to keep track. We lived in Ikeja. I worked in Victoria Island. So it was nerve-wracking, but you know, somehow we got through. Still had to come back from work around 9:30 and do homework and look through homework. I had to look at their homework every night. And if I had to have a teacher parent conference, then I wouldn't go to work early. I would wait back in Ikeja, because their school was in Ikeja, obviously. So I would wait back, see the school authorities or the teachers before crossing the bridge to Victoria Island. So it was very challenging, but I would say that God brought us through.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you just have to get on with it, I suppose.
You
have to get on with it. You don't even think about it, you know. Particularly you having children four. I can't even begin to imagine that. So hats off to you.
And
for
actually, I actually had 5 because I had a nephew. Yeah, I raised him.
Right.
So I raised all of them together. So there were really 5 of them, 4 biological and 1 adopted.
Wow, wow. And so I just want to talk a little bit more about financially how difficult it can be. I know for me, you know, I was speaking to Daba earlier, and I used to work in the city because I lived in the UK at the time, and I on a good job, with good salary, but because of the challenges of, you know, not wanting to leave my daughter alone and childcare was expensive, because I had to do the math one day and say, yes, I'm earning a good salary, but by the time I pay rent, I pay petrol for the car, pay for the tube to get to work, pay the child carer. Literally, I had nothing left at the end of the month. And I was like, this is ridiculous. This is not even sustainable. And, you know, I had to sort of make a decision to give up my job in the city and go on benefits for a while so that it would make financial sense for me to take care of my daughter. So, and I know that many women have to make this call financially, because it's a one income family. And even till today, yeah, my daughter's 18, but it's predominantly still a one income family. So I wondered how it was for you. I know you touched upon it briefly.
For me, that's when, you know, my Niger brain kicked in. Because I was living in the UK, I now decided that, look, I cannot be doing all this secretarial work. I used to do a lot of admin, and I decided to go into information technology. That time, there was a lot of money in information technology. So I just got all the training and I started working in the city. But at that same time, there was my mom who was in Nigeria. And at the time, my mom had retired. She wasn't doing much in Nigeria. So, and then the UK was saying that if you had a parent who was over 65, you can apply for them to stay. And so I brought my mom over to the UK to help me with my daughter. I felt comfortable to be able to do that. That would give me, because I wanted so much. I wanted to put Annabelle, you know, give her all the things like, you know, lessons, going to good schools, you know, be able to pay for childcare if necessary, dance classes, all those things. So with my mom being here, I'll be able to do those things. And my mom had the same values as me and will instill more. So I was comfortable leaving her with my mom, and then I'll be able to work. But what I did, I made the decision to work evenings instead of, from 9 to 5. So I will go to work from 5 and then come back about 12. So that will give me, I'll be able to take my daughter to school, and then do all the parent teachers, all those things. I'll be able to do it, and then I can go to work. So it was just easier for me, and I did make loads of money doing that. So it was easy for me to budget and do all the things I needed to do. I would say that my mom actually helped me to achieve all of that, so I could go out. If I had to do overtime, I was able to do all of that. So I was then, when my mom left, just the time my mom would go, I could get like au pairs to come live in and all of that stuff. So yeah, so it's good.
Yes, for me, it was very, very difficult because it happened somewhat suddenly. I wasn't financially ready. So actually had to sit the kids down to a meeting. Yeah, I sat them down to a meeting and told them that things are going to change around here.
Wow.
But I assured them that it won't be for long, because I was going to work things out. But that diet would change.
Right.
Going out would change. But I said your school fees will always be paid. That's the assurance I can give you. Everything else will change. And the job I had when it happened was not paying much. So what I did was just to sell off some of the stuff we brought from the US.
Wow.
Yeah. TVs, freezers. I would sit them down and say, I'm going to have to sell this TV. I'm sorry, because I have to pay your school fees. And they would say, okay. And so we did that for a while, sold off a lot of stuff while I was looking for a better job. So when I got a better job, so they were growing as well. And some of them were now getting to secondary school. School fees was becoming more expensive. And I actually insisted on them going to private schools.
Right.
Because my thinking at that time and now, and I'm glad it paid off, was that the only thing you can actually give your children is the best education.
Exactly.
Forget about building houses, whatever else. Once you give them a good education and you build their character, you build them up character-wise, morally, etc., you can let them fly.
Yes.
They'll fly well without crashing. So a lot of people advised me to go and dump them with their grandfather. That's my ex-husband's dad. They said, oh, why are you going to carry all this load? Go and leave them with their grandfather and move on. Marry somebody else. Do something else with your life. You're pretty. You're this, you're that. I said, no, I'm going to stick with them. And some people advised me, gave me the advice, send them to a public school. If you're not getting help from anywhere, why are you going to? So I said no. So I did that for a while, the selling off of assets, and then got a better job. As they got into secondary school and the bills became higher, I had a better job and then decided to go into trading on the weekends. So I traded in different things. People brought things in, imported things. I helped them to market and made my commission. It really helped, And it helped that we cut a lot of things out. There was no longer Kellogg's cornflakes. There wasn't oatmeal. We went down to the brass tacks, Ogi. We went down to pap. And just a funny anecdotal story. Apparently, when I was giving them the pap, and I had a meeting with them before we went down to pap. I said, there's no more conflicts. It's going to be pap, but it's still hot and it's nourishing. My third child, a girl, so after they sit at table, and she will always have an accident. Oh, mommy, my food is on the floor. Why is your food on the floor every time? When she grew up, she told me, she said, mommy, all that time that my food, I didn't want to eat it. I threw it away. I just told you I had an accident. But, and I told them, we could only eat rice once a week. And then we had swallow alternative day. We had amala today, but tomorrow amala today. And it was so bad that sometimes I couldn't even buy meat.
Wow.
I couldn't even provide protein. I had to put crayfish in okra and whatnot. But you know something? Because I carried them along, they worked with me. They were with me.
Yes.
So they were not weeping for this or weeping for that. And I told them the only way we are all going to get out of this is for you guys to do well in school. You do well in school, we're going to get out of it quickly.
Right.
But if you laze about, it's going to be a long time. So they all sat up and did what needed to be done. So I didn't have any issues with schoolwork or bad behavior in school or whatever. That side was taken care of because they knew that, for the next school fees to be paid, maybe something is going to be sold.
Right.
So, but it worked out for us. And, I will always say God was with us. And then I had that girl who held the fort while I was at work. Yeah, so financially, that's how it went down until they started going to university, and because they were US citizens, they were able to go, and then we relied on Pell Grants and all kinds of things, all those things.
Amazing. Yeah. That's such an amazing story, because as you were talking, I remember when my daughter was about 11 or 10, she started to apply for 11 plus in England when you go to secondary school. And I remember sitting her down because she also went to private schools. Okay. And I remember sitting her down and saying, look, and we were on a bursary because it came to a point where her fees weren't being paid anymore, and I had to apply for a bursary for her because I couldn't afford it. And these schools were like £30,000 a year schools, £40,000. And I remember sitting her down and I said, look, I need you. She was always a good kid in terms of her academics, but I needed her to understand that we would need to get a bursary or scholarship 100% because I could not afford to pay for those. And I said, you see all these your friends, their fathers are millionaires and some of them were billionaires, and they're trust fund kids who are not like that. I'm just managing myself. So please, you need to buckle down and do what you need to do. And she's, like you said, I carried her along. She's a good kid. And she got like 4 different schools that gave her full ride.
Fantastic.
So we had our pick and God was with us. So, I mean, as you were talking, I got quite emotional thinking of all the times, that we lacked, but we would, God was with us. And people, you would walk out the house, hold your head up high, like, you got $1 million in the bank, but really, people didn't know what you were going through. So I salute you for keeping going at that point. I want to talk a little bit about discipline. Because, in a single parent home, it's just you. And particularly you, Bimbo, with 4 kids, how were you able to get that balance in terms of being the good cop and the bad cop, because it was just you with 4 kids?
Yeah, it was quite difficult. But when, like I said, I always held meetings with them. So we call them meetings. But these were times where we would sit around the table and talk. And talk about different things. And I use the Bible a lot. Okay, I use the Bible a lot. With my son, I'm going to use him as an example. I think he was 7 one day. He asked me for something and I said no. And then he said, Mommy, but remember that I'm your only son. I said, really? You are thinking that way? I took the cane. I didn't spare the rod. I beat the living dead. He went under the table. I dragged him out. I said, don't ever even think, don't dream of it. Don't think, who told you I can't have another son? So at that point, I said, a 7-year-old is going to use this as emotional blackmail for me. If I gave in at that point, that was it.
Right.
It was over. So I dealt with him then, and it never happened again. So if I said no, it was no. And I think from that point, the sisters saw what happened.
Right.
And they just said, well, So discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
Right.
Because once you lose that battle, you've lost it for life.
That's it.
You're never going to win it anymore. So you apply tough love. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
That's right.
You are loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Yeah.
Because all of you will drink that concoction when it matures. So there are certain times that I have disciplined my children and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. One time, my daughter was not doing homework. This was secondary school time, maybe JS3-ish. And she said to me, oh, my uncle said I don't have to learn maths to do law and I want to do law. I said, you have to pass everything. So she was being belligerent and I said, okay, you know what? Right now, you're going to pack your things and leave. If I cannot direct you, if I cannot tell you what to do, if you are going to be telling me what to do, you need to pack your things and go to your father's house. And I insisted that night. Everybody, my mom was living with me at that time. She begged me. I said, no, she's going to go. Once she cannot take directions from me anymore, she's going to leave. She's not going to live under my roof. So we dragged it out till about 3 a.m. Because the teacher who came to report her stayed until I got back from work. And I got back around 10. Said, I must report it to your mom. So he stayed. So when we started to drag it, and she was insisting that she didn't need math, I said, fine, you're going to leave. So everybody was begging. I said, no. Eventually, around 3 a.m., when she agreed that she would pass math and she would do her work, I said, fine, I'm not going to take your word for it. We're going to sign an agreement. So I wrote the agreement in 3 copies. That she's going to continue to stay with me because she has agreed to pass all subjects with at least a credit, including mathematics. And that if she did that at GCE and she did not pass mathematics, even if she passed everything else, then I am authorized to hands off her education and her life.
Right.
So we wrote the agreement in 3. I wrote the agreement in 3 copies because it was midnight. There was no way to do a photocopy. So we wrote it 3 times. I signed one. The teacher who waited to report her signed one, and she signed one. So my driver witnessed my signature. So yeah, it was serious. It was serious because I said, go back to your father's house. So your father is remarried. I said, you are living here, you have your own room, you're sleeping, you're doing, and it's difficult for you. Go back to your father's house, and when his wife taunts you, I said, well, you're going to be, her, go and do this, go and do that for me. That's going to, maybe that will be easier for you than just sitting down and studying and getting your maths paper passed.
Right.
So at 3 a.m. when she agreed that she would pass, we signed the agreement. So the teacher slept on my couch. I went into my bedroom and wept till 6:30 when I had to get up and go to work. She went to bed. So we've had such moments.
Right. Yeah.
So discipline is key. You cannot play with it.
That's it.
Then when she was at uni, I don't know if she's going to like if I say this, but I'll say it. She was dating someone who was not good for her. So this was in the US, and I was living in Nigeria. And I heard about this, and I went back there, brought her back for the summer. And I said, if you ever talk to that boy again, call him on the phone now and tell him you don't ever want him to call you again. And I spoke to the guy. I said, listen, this is so-so and so's mom, and you are so-so and so. I have heard of you. If you ever come around a 50-yard radius of my daughter, I will accuse you, whether falsely or not, of statutory rape. And I will have you jailed. This is America. I know what to do. Don't ever come near her 50 yards. She doesn't need to date you. And I brought my daughter back home. And as soon as we got to Nigeria, I took her US passport and her Nigerian passport. I said, listen, if you want to go back to that school, we're going to sign another agreement. Yes. You can't see that boy. And it worked. So at the end of the day, she went back because she knew I could do it. I could make sure she didn't go back to that school. And the others will be there. She will be here. So sometimes you make very tough decisions, take drastic steps to make sure that they stay on the straight and narrow.
I agree.
Because if not, she said, I love him. I said, what do you know about love? You don't even know the meaning. Love, you don't even know the meaning of love. That 4-letter word, you don't know the meaning. You think you know. You don't. So, but to the glory of God, they all got married very well. They've had their kids and all of that. And nobody came home with any accidents, if you get my drift.
Right.
So I give God the glory for everything. It wasn't easy, believe me.
Yeah.
There are many times I cried myself to sleep all night, but they never knew.
Yeah.
They never knew.
Yeah.
I kept it away from them. When I'm with them, I'm strong.
Sure.
You understand?
Yeah.
When I want to be mushy, I just enter my room, lock the door, and I will weep and weep and weep and weep. But when I come out in the morning, I'm ready. Yes. That was how it was. So it was difficult, but it was done.
Yes, I understand.
But then again, let me say this. To be able to speak to your kids and give them that discipline, you first of all have to be disciplined.
Sure.
You must have self-control. There were many things I couldn't do. I couldn't date or bring people home. No, I couldn't because I was raising 3 girls. So I wasn't going to have the, because dating when you're a single mom, it's tricky.
Yes,
so if you have a guy today, 6 months, and you bring them in, your kids see the guy and all that, 6 months, 9 months, you are no longer interested in a relationship. That one goes away. It's in their memory. Then you are dating somebody else. Then they see this person again. It's one kind now.
Right.
You understand? So while they were home, I just said to myself, as long as they are home, that's not going to happen. When they all leave to go to university, fine. Because at that time, again, they are older. Understand? And they are not home with me knowing every little bit about my dating life. So I just stayed. So it was a lonely life, to be honest with you. It was a very, very lonely life, but it was what I needed to do. And some people gave me advice, get married again. And a lot of guys came my way. Hey, for my son, I also did not want a situation where I would marry and he would have confrontations with the man because that's not my father. I'm not going to. So I decided that I wasn't going to marry while they were growing up. So that also made for a lonely life. Right. But it was part of the sacrifice I thought I had to make to stabilize their own lives and give them the best that I could. So I was saying that for you to discipline your children, you also have to be self-disciplined. There are certain things you cannot do.
Right.
Because they learn from watching you, not just from what you say.
That's right.
They learn from what you do. So I also had to be on the straight and narrow. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
What about you, Deba, in terms of discipline? How did you find that?
In my mind, I always used to say, single parent, in my mind, I'll say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
That's a good one.
So I always, I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. I used to give her, some slaps here, spanks here and there. And then I also had my mom. So she helped me with the discipline as well. So, we also ensure that, she's always like, TV times were TV times. If she did something that we didn't like and she shouldn't have done, we'll always say, we have this in the UK now. There's so much the way you discipline the child here, because when you go to school, so we have times where suspension. You will not no TV for a whole month. You just stay in your room, read your book or whatever. So if I found it like really challenging trying to discipline her, because also my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. Who was a social worker who lived close by, she would come and do her own discipline, and
Right.
And that was another area from the UK. We just came to Nigeria. She didn't even know. And she said, "Are you sure, am I going back?" I said, "No, you're not going back." And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her. In Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course, definitely.
When even in the schools. So one day she called me. I remember this incident. She was in boarding school. So and I didn't send that to her. On last shore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. That's where I put her. She called me. I remember her calling me, "Oh, mommy, I did not pay in the boy hostel." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because I didn't come out on time." I said, "Stay there. They will when they finish what they're doing. Why did you leave on time?" Yeah. I said, "This is, so I was," and I could see after, she started changing, she was calmer, and it was just easy. After, when she used to come to the UK for and stay for 3 months before she got back, it now sort of eased off. But I can say, for me, discipline was I hope she's hearing this, was such challenging with my daughter that but I did my best, and with family and friends around, that really helped. So
yes, no, I can totally relate to both of you, because for me, obviously, I have one child like Daba, and discipline. She was very headstrong, still is very headstrong. She's 18, but I think, like you said, being in the UK, it's a bit different, because if they see that there's a mark on the child, they'll call the social services, and the kids themselves know that. They will tell you. I remember my daughter used to say, "I'll call the social service." I said, "Please go ahead, call. You think you're going to be
my daughter actually called the police.
Are you serious?" I'm like, "You think you're going to be in this cushy life that you're living now? They will put you in a foster home and you will know yourself."
Exactly.
I used to tell her that, and I used to always say, I said, here they spank. I said, Nigeria we beat. There's a difference. But obviously, as on a more serious note, growing, getting to know my daughter, I've also understood that not all the ways that we discipline children in Nigeria is the best way. Yes, it does say spare the rod and spoil the child, but I think that one thing I've realized, having a child that grew up in England, is to listen more. And I always used to say to my daughter, I said, growing up, our parents just didn't, what was listening? When I was going to secondary school, my mom said, "If a boy touches you, you will get pregnant. Just touch you like this." So you better mind yourself, And every time I was tempted to be deviant, I would see my mother's face. I would just see her face, and that would put me back on the straight and narrow. But I do appreciate discipline, because, like you, I brought my daughter back at 14. I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, "You're not going back." And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made. Best decision, because it helped her to really understand her culture, and it has helped her to really understand respect, and that, you know, you come from somewhere. You can't imbibe somebody else's culture. And this is our culture. And, you know, now she's proudly Nigerian, to the fact that, to the extent that, you know, she's like, Mom, yeah, I'm going to go abroad for my university, but I'm coming straight back.
Wow.
This is where I want
Fantastic.
to live. And I don't regret that at all. And, you know, as single moms, hats off to you, because I know it's not easy disciplining a child on your own. And with that said, we are going to take a quick break right now. We'll be back shortly to continue this amazing conversation with Daba and Bimbo. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. I've been talking to Daba and Bimbo about navigating life as a single mom. We've been having an interesting conversation of the triumphs and challenges of being a single mother. So let's continue our conversation, this amazing conversation. Tell me, Bimbo, especially you, that you lived here most of your life. Is there a stigma, you think, when it comes to being a single mom? And did you ever experience it, particularly in Nigeria?
Most definitely. There was. Two ways. The stigma came in two ways. The first way is that once you get divorced, your married friends ostracize you.
Right.
I think they believe that you are now a threat to their own marriages. So you are no longer invited to events. They claim they forgot that you exist. You just find out later that, they celebrated this or they had this party, but you were not invited.
Wow.
Yes, so I got that. I got a lot of that. So you are isolated, as it were, which increases your loneliness. The second way that this stigmatization came was that even family members did not want you to visit. Yes, because in their own thinking, you were going to come with your problems for school fees, for rent, for whatever. One particular occasion that I remember, this uncle of theirs, let me call grand uncle, so it's not one of my ex-husband's brothers, so one of the older people. One thing I did not want my children to experience was isolation from their family members. So I would still take them to their father's people, just visit. On this particular day, we got to this particular big uncle's house, and the maid met us at the door and said, Daddy, Daddy said I should tell you that he's sleeping.
Right.
I got that. So the daddy that is sleeping could talk and say, so I got it. He didn't want to see us. And I never went back there with those kids. Never. Until they were about to go to university.
Right.
Then I went to see him and say, well, the kids are going to university. They are going to the US. I've just come to let you know so people will not say I've kidnapped the children. Oh, are they ready to go to university? So they don't want you coming with your stories. They don't want your rent issues. They don't want any kind of, a child is sick in the hospital, you need money to pay. They don't want to hear it. So they make sure that they pull back from you. And when I got the message, I also pulled back, because that is self-respect as far as I'm concerned. If you don't want to see me, I don't want to see you. We don't fight. Everybody did their day. So that's the way that I experienced the stigmatization. And then when they saw that the kids were up and doing and going to university, everybody wanted to be my friend again. But that's life, though.
That is life.
That's a story for another day.
Sure. But that must have been quite challenging and hard.
It was very hard. So, we were pretty much alone. Just me and the kids. It was very, very difficult.
Wow.
But, You roll with the punches.
Absolutely.
True.
Absolutely.
True.
Life throws you lemons, you make lemonade, as they say. What about you, Deborah?
I didn't really get feel isolated or stigma. I mean, all my adult years were in the UK, so it's, you know, single parent was a single parent, and you know, it doesn't change who you are. If I had to go out on dates, I would actually talk about my child. That's the first thing I would say, you know, and just put it out there. That, you know, so I didn't really experience any form of stigma. Of course, in a society where they welcome single parenthood, you have single mothers all over the place.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a big deal, and I didn't experience any kind of what do you call it now? Stigmatized for being a single mom.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think similar. I grew up most of my adult years, in fact, all my adult years were in the UK, so I didn't experience it. But what I did experience was loneliness. You know, you talked about, you know, being a threat to your, you know, your married friends. I didn't experience that as such, but I experienced being lonely even amongst having married friends, you know, when I would go to the parties, you know, I just felt like I was the only person, you know, the one that stuck out on her own. It didn't, you know, at some point I got used to it, but, you know, I didn't want to always go out because of that. You know what I mean? So in that sense, that was what I experienced. But as time went on and I got used to being on my own and, you know, just life continued, I became more confident about being on my own, to the extent now that I'm thinking, well, I don't know if, you know, getting married is something I'd have to think about really deeply again if I want to go that route. But yeah, so thank you for sharing about the stigmatization, because even doing this show, I was amazed about so many women I reached out to that did not want to come on the show because they didn't want to talk about being a single mother. And I was like, really? I didn't realize that there was still that stigmatization within the Nigerian community, but I can understand. What about support system? That's a big one. You talked about the girl who was able to help you. What kind of support system has helped you as a single mother, even beyond your mom coming? And were you intentional about creating those support systems?
So, like, as you know, I brought up my child in the UK. So, so you have, apart from my mom, I had like, of course, I didn't have like immediate family around, but I did have good friends, and so I was intentional on what area I lived. I remember I decided that I wanted to buy another house. This is just and I was going to go I was thinking of going somewhere in Essex, which is, you know, miles and miles away from London, and we were going to have to change, you know, schools, but I was just about to, you know, complete on the house. I started thinking, if I'm in Essex, if I don't have anyone around me who can help me with my daughter, in case maybe if something happens, I'm at work, I can easily call someone to say, please, can you help me go and pick her up because we're close by. I just withdrew, and I decided to stay where, you know, close to where my friends were. I had really good friends who I could rely on, and, you know, where I could drop off my daughter weekends, and, you know, they could pick up. So I was really intentional where I lived, close to, you know, where my friends were. So and that really helped me. in helping with my daughter and also with me, because also I was someone who liked to, you know, have fun. And so if I had my friends, if I said I wanted to go out, I'll go and meet my friend, and my friend would say, "Oh, bring, you know, say bring your daughter over. I can keep her there, and I go out, come back, you know." So I was just intentional where I lived, in ensuring that, you know, I'm just close to where I have good friends who would always accommodate me and my exes and then my daughter as well. So, yeah.
How about you, Ms. Villa?
There wasn't really that much support. As I said, I had the girl who helped me at home. That was really it. Financial support, zero. You know, it was my load to carry. And so that I really can't say that I had any fantastic support system like that.
Well, you're a strong woman.
You're
You
strong.
got through it.
God
Very
was
strong
there.
woman. And your kids are what? How old are they
They're in
now?
their 40s now.
Wow.
All of them.
And
Yeah.
are they here or they're abroad?
They're abroad. They're in the US. They're all married.
Amazing.
Children. Yeah.
Amazing.
You must have had them quite young.
Not really. I didn't get married until I finished my master's. So I was 20. So now you're going to make me tell you my age. I'm almost 70.
Wow.
No, I'm not kidding.
You don't
They
look
don't
it
look
at
it.
all.
Really, thank you.
Amazing.
I am.
Amazing.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah. Great. So I
Good
think
skin.
Sorry?
good skin.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yes. So I think for me, with the support, I lived in a part of London called Edgware, North London, and I had a lot of support. So you know, we would share school runs, so that helped. But when she transitioned into secondary school, and we had to move to West London, all that support went, you know. So I felt it, and then that was also during the COVID time. So that made it even lonelier. So moving back to Nigeria was definitely the best thing that happened, because in Nigeria you have so much, you can have so much support. And being with my mom and friends around us, it's just been a wonderful support unit for her, especially being an only child, you know. Yeah, so just to round up our beautiful conversation, I'd like you guys to talk to other single moms who are going through challenges and, you know, the ebbs and flows of being on their own, bringing up kids on their own. What advice would you give them in terms of, you know, just keep on keeping on and being resilient? And I'd like you to look at the camera and say what you want to say.
I would say be very intentional about their education and building their character. As I said in the beginning, letting them have the fear of God, whatever your religion is, whether you are Christian, Muslim, whatever. I had to do that. I had to make sure that they were close to God. Just raise them the right way and give them the best education that you can afford. But stretch yourself to make sure you give them the best education, because that's the only thing that will pay you big dividends later on in life. And when you raise them right, like the Bible said, you will have peace in your old age. I think I'm a testimony to that. I thank God for the way my kids turned out. Like I said, I'm about 70 now. I don't have any issues. They just call, hello, mommy, grandma, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. You know, they call me Susie Grandma. Oh, Susie Grandmother. So, you know, we just have fun. So that, you know, thank God there aren't issues, you know, because of the way, the kind of background that they had. So that's really important. When you raise them right, you're really doing yourself a favor. You're doing yourself a favor. So think about it that way. And don't worry about the pain. Because there will be pain. No pain, no gain. There will be pain. There's the pain of loneliness, the pain of not having beautiful clothes, the pain of not going to parties, different kinds of pain. But know that it will pay big dividends. It will pay you big time. That would be, and stay close to God.
Thank you for that. How about yourself, Dava?
So for me, the advice I want to give any single parent is to love yourself. Think about yourself first, because if you don't take care of yourself, you don't have any space to give it to your child. Someone once asked me, you must love your child more than I said, no. I love me more than my child. You know why? It's because if I don't take care of me, there's nothing for me to give my child. And also think, always put God first. I always say that God is a rewarder of single parents. He would always bless you. He will always guide you. He will always give you wisdom. So everything that you want life to give you with your children, always go to Him first. He will always give you the answer. And also think about your finances. Make sure you're able to, strategize your budgeting. Don't think, okay, yes, you have money. Try and save to help, with the upkeep of your kids or your kid. And also remember to have fun. It's not really about, everything about your child. You also remember to have fun for yourself, have good friends, and, just be you.
Be you. I love that. I love that. Thank you, ladies. It's been an absolute great time with Bimbo and Daba. And I want to just leave you with being authentic. The whole idea of starting this show was to have conversations like this. So as a single mom, I would say be open, be vulnerable. If you are going through a hard time, look for people that share the same values with you that you can talk to, and know that you are not alone. I'd like to thank Daba and Bimbo for sharing their insightful experiences as single mothers on Real Talk with Pam. Their candor and resilience will give hope and courage to women navigating similar challenges. To all the single mothers tuning in, we salute your unwavering dedication and perseverance. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. Till next time, stay authentic. Bye for now.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I would say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was That it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good.
Yeah.
It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are bound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff that we're having to bear. And so I do think that depending on the sector you operate, just look out for the opportunities and you will find.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It was really lovely sitting with you. I want to know, is there any other thing you would like to add? Maybe a question that you felt was not answered properly in the hall, or you would like to say anything here?
No, I think it's just to encourage everyone to play their part and engage with the government constructively. And that's the way to solve the problems. Complaints don't solve problems. Ideas and solutions are the ways to solve problems.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for sitting with us.
My name is Dr. Gabriel Ubechi. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rain Oil Limited.
You spoke really well in your panel, and you did really amazing with the questions that were thrown at you also. But we still have more questions, and we just want to know, what is your outlook for this year in the light of the new policies that has been brought out in 2025?
2025 remains a very optimistic year. I think our worst days are behind us. 2024, 2023, we had the twin challenge of the fuel subsidy removal and the attendant increase in the price of petroleum products, and then the Naira devaluation, which also impacted the price of petroleum products. And then we saw the demand for petroleum products go down and the general effect it had on the economy. A lot of companies took FX losses, but I think that 2025, all that is behind us now. All we see is positivity. I think the economy now is in the right trajectory. we've seen a calmness in the exchange rate, because I've always argued that the problem we've had in this country, or the problem we've had in the last year or so, wasn't really what the exchange rate was, as much as people waking up in the morning and not knowing what the exchange rate is. So it doesn't matter whether exchange rate is 1,006 or 1,007 or 1,008, but could it be stable? Can we plan with it? Can we wake up in the morning and say exchange rate is 1,800, and you can hold on to the fact that it's 1,800? That wasn't what the case was. But now we've seen calmness in the exchange rate. Exchange rate is now about 1,550 naira to the dollar. Again, because of the transparency which the Central Bank of Nigeria brought to the exchange rate regime. And I'm aware that they keep tweaking those policies. So we're seeing that stability. And once you have that stability, I think the economy will definitely pick up.
Okay. Also, I know that you were a panelist, but you're also part of the audience first before you went on to your panel. So what are your key takeaways from the entire event, both from your own panel and the one before you?
My key takeaway is when Taiwo Uedele said we should think positively, because, you know, when we think negatively, it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I completely agree with him when he gave the example of, you know, it's like when you wake up and say, oh, Naira is going to devalue. Once you have that mindset, you find out that you unconsciously begin to take actions towards that goal. And once everybody begins to take action towards that goal, then it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Naira loses value. So we should stop betting against the Naira. I mean, when he also said that we have $30 billion in domiciliary accounts in Nigeria, if Nigerians are holding $30 billion within Nigerian banks, then it simply means that the whole nation have essentially bet against the Naira. Then we should take responsibility for what the outcome, which we all eventually got. But again, I think that things can only get better.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you in more events so that we can also interact.
Thank you, Norma.
Thank you so much for agreeing to sit with us. I'd like to know your key takeaways from the event today, because I know that you were not just a panelist, but you were also part of the audience.
Okay, so I think for me, it's the positive outlook. I can say it's cautious optimism, but the fact that there is hope in the horizon and that 2025 will be a much better year than 2024 was across a number of dimensions. I think that's my key takeaway. And that's uplifting for myself and for other listeners as well. So that's my key takeaway.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, you spoke on some trends, which is AI at this point. And for so many businesses, they are lagging behind in joining up with this trend of AI. What would be your advice to those organizations and businesses in implementing AI into their system?
Okay, as I said during the session, AI is here to stay. And the fact that it can have a significant impact on what we do, how we live, how businesses will run, can't be underestimated. I think for me, the biggest thing that needs to happen locally is the need to build trust, because stakeholders need to understand what it's about and how it will benefit them. And part of that building trust, for me, is practicing responsible AI. Responsible AI is about looking at not just the legal dimension, but the ethical dimension. There are always ethical questions thrown up when people start talking about AI. There could be bias, there could be hallucinations. There are a raft of issues to consider. But responsible AI, really, it's about just approaching AI from the point of view of ensuring accountability, transparency, and fairness in how it is done. I think that's the very first step. And for anybody going into an AI conversation, you need to first define what responsible AI means to you. Yes. Once you tackle that, then you can begin to build trust in that process. Obviously, then you also need to invest in technology and capacity building. But as I said, there are interesting use cases going on globally. And we need to, as a people, as a nation, as an industry, begin to start leveraging those use cases and seeing how we can use those to scale up and improve our bottom lines and our efficiencies and operational efficiencies as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you another time so that we could talk more.
Thank you very much.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love, because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, am I going back? I said, no, you're not going back. And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to Olashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back, I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adira was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adira production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloth in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
My name is Olubusayo Adedi, the CEO of Sirius Group Africa. We are a pan-African innovative investment banking firm involved in advisory and trusteeship and equally asset management. And also we have our player in serving the SME space through our microfinance bank platform. We are into innovative financial services and providing solutions across Africa and also empowering Africa prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Congratulations on winning the fastest growing corporate trustees in Nigeria award 2024. And can you tell us what this award means to you?
Yeah, this award actually is the second time in a row. We won it last year as well. And that shows the appreciation of our services for the market. We are very proud of actually having this award in our group. The trust firm has actually been doing wonderfully well. And through that, we have brought innovative products into the market. And this award actually shows that, yes, the market has received our products very well. And it shows to us that we're to do more and to continue to actually commit to innovative products in trust services in Nigeria and even across Africa.
Yeah, corporate trusteeship is not. What do you do? What is it?
As corporate trusteeship, there are 3 levels of trusteeship. We have the public trust space, we have the corporate trust space, and then we have the private trust space. In the public trust space, we serve as intermediary and represent investors in public issuances like government bonds as well. And in the corporate trust space, we serve as security trustees, whereby organizations who come to the market to actually raise funds, put securities in trust of trustees, and also we represent the interest of the borrowers, who actually ensures we represent the interest of the lenders and ensuring that the borrowers actually repay, and then in case of default, the lenders are not left without a security interest. So the trustees actually fill that space of ensuring and bringing comfort into the venture transaction. And also in the private trustees, we manage estates, and then we help people to actually plan for their future. And also we hold assets on behalf of beneficiaries. So that's what we basically do. But what we have done is to actually bring
innovative way, introduce technology to this process, and also we actually brought collaborative ways by which the services are rendered, and then the needs of the investors are met the creative way.
What would you say will be the 3 biggest deals you've done in the last?
Okay, in a couple of years that we've been involved in about 2 very big deals. Most essentially this year, we're involved in the 22.5 billion transaction by one of the state governments in Nigeria, and also the first state green bonds. We are also on that transaction. That is still in the works, but since our inception, about 3 years ago when we joined the trusteeship industry, we have actually been involved in different large transactions which I cannot, but like I mentioned, it's 22.5 billion, and then there is another 20 billion that we're involved in as well.
Yeah, and then what do you say the next milestone you're working toward?
Okay, in terms of
without avoiding secrets anyway.
The next milestone or the next trajectory we have actually set for ourselves, we want to be one of the 3 top trusteeship companies in Nigeria within a space of 5 years operation. Now we are 3 years. Between now and the 5th year of operation, we want to be among the top 3 trust companies, if not the first. And also, we're not looking at operating within Nigeria alone. We are looking at growing into the emerging market in Africa, because Africa's prosperity is actually our watchword. We believe that fixing Africa's infrastructural gap can only be done by the Africans. And so our coming into this space is to actually bridge whatever the gaps are, both within the Anglophone and the Francophone, within the African space. So our intention is to actually have a dominant place within the financial services sector in both Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once more, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues, through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them, but I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story, and this is where we dive into key conversations shaping our nation. Today, we take a look at the recent meeting held by the Ogoni leaders and the President Bola Tinubu together with the Rivers State Governor Sim Fubara on Tuesday, January 21st. President Bola Tinubu met with the people of Ogoni land, led by Governor Fubara of Rivers State at the State House in Abuja. Now, this meeting aimed to encourage the Ogoni leaders to embrace dialogue and mutual trust and work together to bring peace, development, and environmental restoration to Ogoni land, which had suffered environmental degradation for many years due to oil exploration. The meeting was also seen as a move by President Tinubu towards the resumption of oil exploration in Ogoni land, which has been abandoned for over 30 years due to crises that arose from the murder of some Ogoni sons, including Ken Saro-Wiwa, an activist who was hung by the military administration of the late General Sani Abacha on November 10, 1995. Some Nigerians have described this move by President Tinubu as a welcome development, which could go a long way in helping Nigeria achieve its target of 2 million barrels per day of crude production. Now, to examine these issues is Odinaka Anudu. It is Business Day's deputy editor and an investigative journalist who has done extensive work around the Ogoni cleanup. Also, we're being joined via Zoom from Port Harcourt by Fine Face Dumnamene. Fine Face is the executive director of the Youth and Empowerment Advocacy Center, Nigeria. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, it's good to have you. So let's get into the conversation. Very well, thank you so much. Many have described the president's move towards reconciliation in Ogoni land as a positive development. Do you agree with this? Let me start with you, Mr. Fine Face.
Thank you very much. I think the move is a positive development, but from the wrong direction. As far as I am concerned, it is more like a confrontation to the people of Ogoni, because the president puts at the forefront issue of oil resumption in Ogoni, other than putting at the forefront the issue that has to do with resolving the challenges that led to the oil stoppage in 1993. So the president is prioritizing the resumption of crude oil extraction in Ogoni over the crisis that led to the stoppage of oil extraction in Ogoni. This is where the issue is. Otherwise, it's a welcome development, because what is being done today, 32 years after the stoppage of oil production in Ogoni, is something that ought to have been done even 10 years ago, or 10 years after, or 20 years after, it ought to have been done. So initiating this process is a welcome development, but putting oil extraction at the forefront as the reason why you are coming into Ogoni, without having to address the issues that led to the stoppage of oil extraction in 1993, becomes the main challenge here. That is why I like the way you have captioned the story. It's a big story, and Ogoni reconciliation. Reconciliation should be at the forefront before we talk about oil extraction.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fine Face. Let me ask Mr. Odinaka, who's also joining us virtually today, if I wonder if he has any additions to what you've said.
Yes, I think I completely agree with him. I mean, when I heard that the president was going to, was bringing Ogoni leaders to Asorok and trying to talk about what happened in order to go back again, I was excited. But when I found out that it was just about oil exploration, I was disappointed. Because the point is that Ogoni actually deserves reconciliation. Reconciliation is a welcome development, but I do not think that the president should be thinking about going back to Ogoni again to explore oil. And I'm going to explain this. I'm going to throw more light on this subsequently. Thank you.
Okay, but why do you think it took the federal government this long? It's about 32 years to make this move. Why do you think it took this long?
All right, I guess that question was directed to me.
Yes, it was directed to you.
All right, I think first of all, we need to understand the history of Ogoni. After the death of Ogoni 9, during the tenure of, or rather during the dictatorship of Sani Abacha, nobody was actually allowed. The youths became restive. So Ogoni became a kind of a war front. So it was not easy for the federal government to go back again and start exploring oil. So until several years after, during the Buhari regime, when they started the so-called Ogoni cleanup. So they understood that they needed to do a cleanup before they go back. Unfortunately for them, the cleanup is not very smooth, but I'm still going to talk about that subsequently. But I think it took the federal government this long because in the first place, after the death of that Ogoni 9 and Sarawuwa, it became very difficult for Ogoni, and the youth became restive. There was so much apprehension in the four local governments in Ogoni State. Ogoni nation. So that's exactly what I think happened.
Thank you, Mr. Aldinaka. So, Dr. Fineface, some people believe that the Ogoni land cleanup and remediation initiated by the previous government should be completed before any talk about oil exploration resumption in Ogoni land. But what's your own view on this?
That is my view as well, because Ogoni environment is polluted, Ogoni environment is yet to be cleaned up, and the pollution on the ground, which the people demand for environmental justice over, was part of what led to the crisis in the 1990s. So one would expect that we should clean up the initial pollution before we talk about adding new pollution in the process of extracting oil. The point here is that if oil extraction begins in Ogoni today, environmental pollution, oil spills will continue in addition to what we already have on the ground. So one will expect the federal government to complete the process of cleaning up the area, restoring the environment, and then bringing in technology and experts that will design the process of ensuring that new or resumption of oil extraction will not contribute to additional environmental pollution. Because what we have in Ogoni today is such that the environment is so polluted that it is not good to say that, okay, cleanup is going on. We are trying to clean up the mess that they have polluted over the years. And then there is a new extraction, which is like opening the tap again, where crude oil is pouring into the environment, and we are also trying to clean it up. So it will be a kind of double jeopardy. So the point here is that we have to understand the environmental cleanup that is ongoing. And we have been made to know by those who are privy to information within HIPRED, which is the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, handling the Ogoni Cleanup Project, that the federal government of Nigeria has not injected even a kobo into the cleanup process. What is happening is that the multinational oil company, especially Shell, that contributed to the pollution in Ogoni land, is carrying out the cleanup by providing the $1 billion initial take-up grants for the cleanup to commence. So that is what we have. It's under the polluter pay principle. So that is what is being practiced today in Ogoni land. So the federal government should show commitment to really be able to address the issue before we talk about oil resumption, because you can't be cleaning and at the same time emptying crude oil into the environment. There is hardly any place around the Niger Delta where oil extraction is ongoing that pollution is not happening almost on a daily basis. The breaking news in the Niger Delta of recent have been any day that passes by without oil spill. Even as we speak, you heard about the Bukuma oil spill that is ongoing for over 6 weeks now. Right. The spill is flowing. The moment they open tap in Ogoni land, kind of Christmas tree in Ogoni land, that will also continue to happen and damage the environment. So the cleanup should be completed before we talk about oil resumption in Ogoni land.
You mentioned that the cleanup should be completed, but do you mind telling us what's the degree of cleanup that's been done as of now?
Yeah, the degree of cleanup can not be outrightly mentioned, but the point here is that the cleanup following the UNEP report that was released on August 4, 2011 started in 2016 when it was flagged up. Between 2016 and 2011, 2021, then we should be talking about 5 years completed. This is 2025, so we are just in the 9th year of the environmental remediation that UNEP report said was going to take 25 to 30 years. So we have not even done up to 40% of the environmental cleanup in Ogoni land. So we have to at least be able to complete the first 20 years. Then we look at what we have done and then what is remaining before we can now go into that. And as we speak, the $1 billion that was earmarked for the project as a takeoff grant, we heard that the money has not even been fully, provided for HYPREP to use. But if that is the case, then it means that we are still far from getting this done. Remember the environmental audit of the Bayelsa State environment that was done said that $12 billion should be provided to clean up the environment in Bayelsa State. Wow. And that of Ogoni, that is larger, and this has happened over the years. 1 billion is what we are talking about, and all of these have not really been provided. So the percentage of cleanup is still very poor for us to talk about oil resumption in the Ogoni area.
Thank you for shedding more lights on that for us. But apart from the cleanup, some NGOs are advocating for compensation for families whose loved ones were killed. Do you think those advocating for this have any case? Now, this question is for you, Dr. Fineface, and also for you, Mr. Odinaka.
Yeah, let me start by saying that those families deserve to be compensated, because even when you are talking about cleanup, you cannot just be cleaning the environment without cleaning the people. The act of compensating the people is act of cleaning the people. And sometimes we keep talking about cleanup. Sometimes when you go to them, you're advocating to them what is going, they will tell you that they are tired of hearing about cleaning up. They should clean down by having to clean the people. So those compensation is part of the entire package of what we call the clean up that they will be doing to the environment. I've had the opportunity of being taken from here to the United States of America, Gulf of Mexico, where there was oil spill, I think in 2010. And the oil spill process did not only talk about providing billions of dollars to clean up the environment, but it was also part of what they provided to clean up the people by paying compensation. If you look at the entire package of the Ogoni cleanup project that you have in the UNEP report, there is no provision for compensation to the people. The only thing you see there is a $10 million to be used as, part of the process of providing alternative livelihood opportunities for youth who are involved in illegal refineries in the Ogoni area. So if $10 million is what they only put there, what about other people, fishermen, farmers whose environment have been destroyed? So I think that as part of that process, compensating the people is key. And that is why the new civil society position now is that $1 trillion should be provided to carry out holistic remediation of not just Ogoni environment, but the Niger Delta environment. And I think that is the way to go.
Absolutely, that's the way to go. Mr. Odinaka, you did some investigation in Ogoni land. You mind telling us some of the things you found out at that time?
First of all, let me start by saying that the money that was provided by SPDC, 4 companies, Shell, Total, NNPC, and AG, is about $572 million. That was around as at 2022, $572 million. So these 4 companies were actually the polluters in chief, because they were the guys, especially Shell, that polluted Ogoni. So they came together and formed a company known as SPDC. And then they promised about $900 million, believing that the government, this federal government, would bring $100 million. At the end of the day, what they were able to raise was $572 million. But I also found out that part of the reasons why they stopped funding was that there were several complaints from several organizations that the work was not very smooth. For example, when I was doing an investigation, there were things I found. The first one, number one, is that I found that some of the companies, because the company handling is HYPREP. So HYPREP awarded contracts to so many companies that were doing one thing or the other in different communities. So what I found was that HYPREP awarded contracts to some companies that were not existing. In the Nigerian law, if a company is not registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, that company does not exist. So there were several companies, and these things were published. They have not denied that over 2 years. So these companies are not registered, but they got contracts from HYPREP. Number 2 is that I also found out that some of these companies did not have previous remediation experience. Because what they are doing in Niger Delta is not just cleanup, it's actually called remediation. Remediation means that they are going to take the environment back to how it was before the oil spillage. But that's not happening, because I was able to investigate and found out that some places where crops were germinating or growing, crops are no longer germinating or growing in those places. That means remediation has not happened. Because remediation means that they're going to take the earth or the environment back to the way it was. Then the third thing is that I also found out that there were several communities, and this is about the whole of 2023 and early 2024 I was in Ogoni. So I found out that there were several communities that were supposed to receive water, but had not received water. There are several, I mean, when it comes to politics, I can tell you that there is so much politics. Another interesting thing is that, this cleanup was divided into lots. So lots, lot 1, lot 2, lot 2. Each of these lots, there's a company handling it. So a company can be responsible for cleaning up, let's say, 5 lots in a community in Ogoni. So what they do is that sometimes some of the lots, I found out that, for example, I think it was about lot 54 or so. So that was actually included as one of the lots that were cleaned by IPREP or the contractor. But there was no lot 54. I'm not sure if it's 54, 55, but there was a particular lot that was listed, that was said to have been cleaned, but it did not exist. So these were some of the findings I also got from them. I interviewed extensively different people, including traditional rulers, who also told me what they found. The truth is that even up to now, so many communities are not confident of HYPREP. They believe that this is one of the things the government is doing to embezzle money. Thank you.
So Mr. Odnaka, do you think that those advocating for compensation, do you think they have any case?
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. In the course of the investigation, I found that I was able to interview people whose legs were either charged or hit by bullets. They claimed that there was a time a shell brought soldiers who started shooting at them, or rather who shot at them. So they deserve compensation. Some of them have died. I must tell you, there were really now names of those who were no more at that time, who had died. But there are still people who are alive today that deserve compensation. Even the families of those who are dead should be compensated. And the final thing I want to say is that what's happening in Ogoni is beyond environmental pollution. It's also about the lives of the people. There was something I did in Ogoni. So I took the water and fish from one of their rivers in Gokana local government. So I tested it, alongside a lecturer in one of federal Nigerian universities. So we tested it in Nigeria and South Africa to find out exactly whether the water and the fish they consume around that area is actually safe for consumption. So we found out that the water and fish are actually polluted. And even the fish, somebody who consumes the fish can actually get cancer. And those who are swimming in that water can actually get cancer or some of the other diseases that I mentioned. So this is scientific. It went through the lab, came out, and we found those things. So these are some of the things that we found. So I believe that they deserve to be compensated.
These are truly interesting findings from you, Mr. Odinaka. But let me come back to you, Dr. Fineface. So Nigeria apparently must expand its crude production to earn more forex to implement the 2025 national budget. How much of a help do you think that oil exploration from Ogoni land will be?
Yeah, I think Nigeria today remember the Ogoni area because they now need oil to fund the 2025 budget, 2026, 2027, and going forward. This is when they now remember, oh, we have oil in Ogoni, let's go to Ogoni and get the oil. But if they knew that they were actually genuine about taking oil from Ogoni, they would have started the reconciliatory process since. The oil in Ogoni is in billions of barrels that we still have under the ground. And Ogoni is even said to have more gas than even the oil we are talking about. So putting all of this together, Ogoni is a better source for them to have oil. But if they do not take time to ensure that they quickly declare an emergency on Ogoni issue by way of being able to put aside certain laws that will slow them down to address the Ogoni issues, and then be able to approach it holistically through massive, all-embracing consultation, they may not be able to take oil from Ogoni in the next 5 years. That is to say, if they depended on the Ogoni oil to fund the 2025 budget, it won't happen because a lot of wounds are still fresh in Ogoni land, and you cannot be able to put plaster on a live wound you have not pressed with warm water. So the process of them being able to drill even a liter, or let me say a barrel of crude from Ogoni, is still very, very far. Because as we speak, Ogoni people are divided over that meeting with Mr. President on January 21st. And that meeting, grievances are coming from everywhere. Those who felt they were sidelined from attending the meeting, those who don't want oil extraction to go on, those who want the issues going to be addressed before oil can be taken, and those who were not even aware that such thing was going on before it happened. One would have expected that Mr. President will visit Ogoniland as the first way of addressing the issue. What Ogoni people would have loved to hear is that Mr. President will be visiting Ogoniland on such days, and then he will have meeting with the people, and in the process of his speech, he will not mention that all the grievances of the Ogoni people that led to the stoppage of oil in 1993 will be addressed in the shortest possible time, so that when that has been achieved and everyone is happy, we can now talk about extracting oil so that the Ogoni youth, sons and daughters, can be employed in the process of getting this done. Then we'll begin to build it up from there. But selecting a few people to Abuja, and then you speak to the entire Ogoni people from there, and then ask them to go back home and speak so that they can address the issue. It will only create more friction within Ogoni, more division within Ogoni. Those who went to Abuja today, some Ogoni people are already seeing them as vultures, because Ogoni people have a way of tagging the people who are benefiting from what others forbid. So if care is not taken, that very meeting is going to cause more problem in Ogoniland that they will spend the whole of 2025 trying to address, even before coming into the consultation or discussing with the people about bringing about extracting even a barrel of oil from Ogoni. So the road is still very far for the federal government of Nigeria. The National Security Advisor has been given the directive to go and address the issue. The road for him is still very, very far. In fact, that action they took, because the report from the federal government in their statement is that over 50 Ogoni people were taken to Abuja. Addressing the interests of these over 50 Ogoni people as we speak is a bigger problem to them, likewise the one they are trying to solve. Because even some of them who attended the meeting are saying that they were not allowed to speak. That is to say they are not even happy being there, that their name is mentioned in the process of going there, but their opinion was not heard because they were not given opportunity to speak. So Ogoni today is divided and more charged than like it was in the 1990s. So I think that a lot is there for them to do before they can take even a barrel of crude from Ogoniland.
Mr. Fine Face, for those submissions you've made on the show this morning, as well as you, Mr. Odinaka. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on this conversation. We look forward to a positive outcomes of the meeting with the Ogoni community and the federal government. But this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in our environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that It should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love, because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, am I going back? I said, no, you're not going back. And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to her. On Lashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is where we bring you some of the interesting conversations making the round on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today I'm here with Desmond. Hi, Desmond.
Hi.
How are you today?
We're good. We're
Firstly,
great.
I'm not sure we've really spoken this new year, so how have you been?
Yeah, this new year, well, the new year has been good. It has welcomed everybody, and everyone has their own experience. But so far, it's been a good year. So we're looking forward to having it even better going forward. Yeah. So
Looking forward to a better year.
of course.
Well, let's see what the social media is saying, if it's a good or a better year or whatever. But to begin with, a retired police inspector identified as Linus Monday has allegedly been caught embarking on a stop and search operation. Now, a viral photo showing the former officer in a police uniform with ID card number 6257 was circulating. Now, this suspect was paraded in one of the police divisions in the country, and this is according to Daily Trust. As the photo of the police officer went viral, it sparked an online conversation about the retirement benefits for police officers and others who serve Nigeria in their prime. So let's see some of the conversations on social media before I then hear your own take on this one, Desmond. Quite interesting conversation that this has sparked, if you ask me. Dare says, if they can show me receipts of his regularly paid pension since retirement, I'll concur with any punishment pressed. And that's according to Dare. Let's see if you have more reactions. Ulama says, our policemen need proper retirement benefits so they integrate into society with ease after retirement. Those at the lower rung of the force often find it more difficult to do any other job than security. Gabi goes on to say, this is how senior citizens are treated in Nigeria. Someone that should be relaxing in the comfort of his home, enjoying his pensions and gratuities. Hunger has presented him with a wrong option he can't resist. Wow, that's really sad. But that's how people are reacting to that story on social media. But I want to hear your thoughts on on it, Desmond. What's your view on this situation?
Okay, well, the story is quite a sorry one, and it's another slap on the Nigerian. I say the Nigerian government now, not just the police, not just the Nigerian police. There's actually an ill practice with these servicemen. So what they do basically, knowing fully well that the country doesn't really have good retirement package for them, and most times they don't even keep to their words. So what they do is that there's usually this thing they do with their age, where they have to actually reduce their age, so they have enough time before they meet up the retirement age, so that they can still be in service and of course and still be paid and stuff like that, because they know fully well that when they retire, all right, the government mostly doesn't keep to their words. There are no retirement benefit for them. So it is the same case as this man right now. Of course, after you have given your 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, your lifetime, all right, to the police force, what do you get? You get almost nothing. So how do you think, or how do you expect that this person would survive? And he probably has children, even grandchildren. So he really definitely has to take care of them. And now, yeah, so it's not that this is not to justify
what he did,
but
also to just empathize.
Yes, and this is to say that it leaves the government with so much work. I mean, in fact, those that are even in the police force still active, what is your take home like? That is why you see these stop and search is not just for the purpose of, hey, let's see whether you are supposed to be on the road. It's also for something they want to get. That's the reason why. Happy weekend, sir. Of course. Today is Friday. You get, even when you have shown them that your papers are correct, you have every right to to be on the road and whatever. Of course, there's still some kind of way to to
just extort.
That's the reason why this man would. This is just one. There are many others like this.
That will probably be on the road.
There are many others like this that are on the road. This is not. So it's something that should seriously be looked into. There are many issues. There are many issues to be looked into, but this is one of them. And I don't even want to go into the case of police brutality and all of that. This is where it all starts. This is where it begins. So case like this should be checked properly, not just from him now, but should be checked properly by the government, so that we won't have case like this going forward.
And I completely agree with you on, the police, the authorities actually increasing policemen's salary or looking into their welfare much better, because even when you look at the police barracks, it's a sorry state. It's an actual sorry state.
You would now. What I know, having studied a bit of how the system used to be when someone wants to join the force. Something of pride, but it seems like as time goes on, things deteriorate. All right. So when a policeman finds himself on the road trying to do, it's not something they're even proud of. So because they know that, yes, come on, I'm in the sun. I'm going through all the stress. There is no way on earth I'm living here without. You get. So that's the first thing that comes to. So having that kind of mindset. I mean, all of these things that you see on the road is actually inevitable. And it happens to be that the young people, suffer it the most. So this man, maybe he didn't really, reduce his age, right? He didn't do all of that. And the retirement age has caught up with him. He still has to find a way, the best way possible to remain in the force, so that at least he can look forward to something. If not at the end of the month, but at least what he gets from from road commuters. So these are things that needs to be checked by the government. You can't tell me a policeman like this earns. You don't even want to hear how much he earns. It's not even in six figures.
It's not speakable.
It's not six figures. So how does one, especially a man like this, with not just children, probably grandkids, how does this kind of You know, so it leaves government with so much work. They have to really look critically into this. If not, this case is just a small one.
I completely agree with you on that one, Desmond. But let's just move on to the next topic today. Now, it's a trend of a U.S. female bishop begging President Donald Trump to have mercy on the LGBTQ community and immigrants. Now, the Episcopal Bishop of Washington has appealed directly to Donald Trump to have mercy upon communities across the country that targeted by the new administration's immigration and LGBTQ plus policies. Now, when asked about the sermon, which amounted to a bold public criticism of the new president, Trump told reporters it was not too exciting and went ahead to place a penalty on the bishop criticizing a sermon. Now, this has been a conversation on social media, supporters of the LGBTQ plus also, clamoring for some sort of, mercy, just like the bishop had done. But, let's see the reactions on social media, because that's what we are here to do today. We are listening to some of these conversations. So John Boatwright says, there are nor have there ever been women bishops in the Holy Church. So regarding Reverend Boulder's recent address before Trump and his administration, let me say that she does not and cannot speak with any ecclesiastical authority, only an administrative one of sorts. That's according to John. Call Me Labeler says, LOL, why will a bishop encourage what goes against her belief? Yeah, he has a point there actually, because if you say this is your belief, so then how are you encouraging, what goes against it? M. Nasir says, I don't think it's necessary to defend those LGBTQ. She made a good point at the end, but starting was just something else. I'm thinking it will consider. Let's see if we have more reactions to it on social media. I don't think we can take more reactions to it on social media, but I already saw you laughing, Desmond. What are your thoughts on this one?
All right. Okay, so let me try and create some sort of foundation to this. So the United States, starting from when they gained their independence, all right, it was founded by the church on the tenets of Christianity to start with. And it's so sad to see that along the line we find governments after government deviating from that. The Bible recognizes, of course, only two genders, the male, the female. God didn't say that there's transgender or there's what have you.
Right.
Now we have, let me not just restrict
artificially created genders.
Let me not just restrict this to the Democrats right now, but we have government after government coming to say, okay, let's expand the rights of humans or these human beings to determine what they want to be, not just by way of profession now, but equally by way of birth. You mean I can come to this world as a man and say, no, I don't like my manly structure. I want to tweak it. I
just want to tweak it. I'm not feeling it. I feel
trapped.
I
don't feel comfortable. I
feel trapped in a woman's body.
It's already clear that Trump's emergence is going to bring all of this rubbish. See, I am on air and I am describing this as rubbish. It's going to bring all of this rubbish to an end.
You're standing strong on your views.
And it's even more sickening to say that someone who advocates or someone who pleads on behalf of these people is even, so to say, a bishop. Someone who is supposed to be, what does the Bible say? Now, where it becomes even complicated, and this is where where it becomes even more interesting for me, is these people already exist.
Okay, there's that.
These people already exist. So, what is Trump saying? All right, is he saying that some of them are Americans by origin? Some of them are Americans, like, of course, they are citizens. All right. So, what is Trump saying? Is he saying, since you have structured your body to something else, maybe you should find a way out of the United States? Or is it saying that you should take yourself back to your original state? Or is it saying, what is it saying? So these are the things. I don't know if this is what the bishop is actually the point is trying to buttress, but then saying that he should have mercy on them. What does he want Mr. President to do at this point? I should allow you, go ahead practicing what you feel like you want to.
No, but so, what are the penalties now, though? Are there any penalties?
Now, this is not, of course, America is a democracy, so it's definitely going to go through the parliament. But as it seems right now, it doesn't even seem like there's anything stopping Trump at this point, because you have the Republicans and they're even a majority right now. So the penalties actually will be strictly, because we don't even know what it is at this point. But what I believe Trump has achieved by this is that it stops any further wrong thinking. You just waking up in the morning and say, "Oh, I wanted a boy from the very beginning. God gave me a girl. I must have this girl as a boy." Let me just give you.
But it's not. I don't think it's always really a case of the parents. I think it's always the people themselves that decide that, oh, I want to identify as a girl.
We have heard cases.
I want to identify as a male or a female. It's not always that.
No, we have seen cases that is determined by the parents. Well, how do you?
Those cases are not. They're not common, are they?
No. How do you describe puberty blockers? Let me make you understand that. This is it. A parent, let's say, she just wants a male child, and of course God gives them a female child. So what they do is that at puberty stage, they start giving them some sort of drugs that would block all the hormones, like their natural stuff from growing out and having it blocks everything. All right. So and again, from that young age, they start infusing into that girl that she's not a girl, that she's a boy. Yeah, giving her boy stuff, boy toys, having boys around her and stuff like that. And then when she gets to that stage where she's supposed to develop, it doesn't happen. All right, because that kind of thing. So the mentality has already been infused into that young girl. So this is actually determined by the parents at this point.
Okay.
You have so many. Okay, we have fluid gender where you can decide. Oh, Elizabeth says, tired of being a girl, I want to be a boy.
I want to ask you a question. Let me ask you this question and get your reaction. So what if tomorrow I come in and say, you know what? I feel like I've been trapped in a woman's body. I want to identify as a man now. You guys have to see me as a man. I start dressing the way a man dresses, and I'll tell you that. I mean, who creates the standards, really? We came to this earth and we created all of this. Oh, this is what looks masculine. This is what looks feminine. And I tell you now, tomorrow, that I'm going to define what looks Elizabeth for me. But the truth is, I feel like I've been trapped in a man's body. So I want to be identified as a man. What would you say?
So God actually made human beings higher animals, right? But also place some restrictions. He put some restrictions there that there are some things that are only determined by him. All right? You came to this world as a woman. And even though you feel...
And this is things you'll be saying to me, or why are you going to treat me differently? I want to know.
No way. There are a lot of things I probably will be saying off camera, but then...
But I want to just know, what's your first reaction? Like, I'm being serious here.
It's already determined. Like, you have to live with it. And when he creates you, giving you natural woman features and stuff like that, he equally gives you that mentality too. So you don't think you're a man or that kind of thing. So to start with, let's just accept that. All right. So some of these things, so naturally, I've also made my findings that it's possible that there are some men who naturally have that flair for their fellow men. It's there. Now, my own take, you can't possibly control everything, including the ones you don't see. So my own take is that if those people exist, which they do.
Yeah, they do exist.
Yes, personally, I've even so if they so let's just use the word if they exist, whatever it is that they do, they shouldn't display it in public. This is just my
really that's your own personal take.
They shouldn't display it in public.
Why? There should be freedom for everybody to exist, to live. There shouldn't be discrimination.
So why
there should be freedom? The same way Desmond is free to move around and just live life as a person. So far, it's not hurting anybody. The same way Elizabeth. The same way, you know, Kathleen Jenner and everyone.
Do you know how deep? Do you know how deep this has gone? It's gone to the point that it's equally legalized in the hospitals, all right, where there has to be the Democrats legalized it in every hospital that there has to be as a hospital, as a healthcare organization, if you do not have this facility, you cease to operate.
What facility is that?
This facility that supports this LGBTQ agenda.
Yeah. Okay.
So I can just decide to stroll into a hospital one morning and say, oh, I want,
So what do you think about someone like a Caitlyn Jenner that it's at old age he decided that, you know what, formerly Bruce Jenner decided that I've been feeling trapped in a man's body and I want to identify as
that idea is
a woman, and then he changed his, went under the surgery and did all of that.
Elizabeth,
stuff.
I'm sorry, that idea is satanic. Where's that from? I mean, how can look, the best it can be is that fine, you as a man you feel you have this flair for a man, all right, go and just in your closet, just
you look so irritated.
Come on, it's even beyond, it's even gone past just a man and man having an affair like that. It's more than that. I mean, what happens where you block those natural organs? What happens when you start to enlarge some part of your body because you want to feel like, as a man, you want to feel like you're a woman? What happens when now, have you imagined, fine, where you have a restroom for male and female, and somebody like, I'm sorry, Bobrisky now, where would he go? Which one?
They need to create restroom for, I don't know, maybe when we, in public places now, there should be male, female, trans man, trans
This
woman.
whole thing is a mess, and I am happy Donald Trump is cleaning it up. Just to conclude, right, the United States is founded on the principle of Christianity. This is one thing. That's why you see other religions.
But that's why other religions will also say that it's like Christianity wants Christianity tries to push their religion down to
the country is founded by the church.
No. It's also understandable when other people that practice other religions, not just for this case of the LGBTQ case, I'm talking about generally.
Yes.
It feels like, okay, we're in the minority. Why does it feel like it's every single time it's like Christianity is trying to force down their religion and all? I'm not a Christian, I'm Buddhist, I'm this, I'm that. So I should be able to do what I think it is I believe. Don't try to push down some standards.
Donald Trump has not stopped other religion to actually go about their practice. He hasn't done that. And I'm not sure that's one of the things he's set to do. But the point, let me just make my point here.
Okay.
So what Donald Trump is trying to do is to return sanity, all right, to stick to what has been made from creation. Don't come and tweak anything or change anything. It's returning the country back to sanity, because the United States is insane, largely insane. You have a lot of insane people roaming about. It's okay.
Things get really crazy over there, and it's just the fact that they tend to trickle down to every other country as well, because they are this superpower. So
yes.
everything.
That's where it even gets worse.
Comes down largely to other people. So
that's where so now Africa, we are deeply rooted into religion and our culture, and it strongly, shuns this transgender whatever. If not, I mean, how many times have we had it from the United States and the United Kingdom, the Western world, trying to impose this on us? But everybody teamed up for the first time in Africa's history. They teamed up to say, no, they don't want this.
They didn't really team up though. I mean, this conversation, we'll probably have to continue it off the camera, because it's a conversation that we'll not be able to exhaust. But thank you so much, Desmond, for your time this morning. It's really always a joy speaking to you on the social listening segment. And thank you to our viewers for joining us this morning on the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay tuned as we bring you more updates. My name is Elizabeth. Keep watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On behalf of our author,
Business Day, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Projections left, right, and center. A flurry of economic projection by firms and analysts across the country as we wait to see what 2025 has in store for us. PwC is projecting a GDP growth rate of 3.3%, which is a very conservative estimate from CBN's 4.17%. And yesterday at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, there's a projection of 5.5%. That is at optimal outcome. Essentially, we've seen 3%, 4%, and 5% projection. The World Bank is projecting that the Nigerian economy will grow by 3.6% in 2025. This and many more on the show today. Welcome. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we bring you a comprehensive breakdown of activities that dominate our economic and financial space. I'm David Olujimi, your host. For the past 18 months, we've seen reforms left, right, and center. We've seen reforms since June 2023, starting with the removal of petrol subsidy. And going from the removal of petrol subsidy to the stabilization of the exchange rate, which was done around August in 2023. So it is expected from analysts that we are deep into the stabilization phase before we start to consolidate on the progresses made. But however, inflation driven by economic pressures of last year have hit decades high, highest since 1996, crossing almost 35% last year, with economists and observers projecting that inflation will fall to as low as 25% this year. Exchange rate is stabilizing around mid 1,500 naira to a dollar region. So we've seen it swing from 1,535 to 1,560 naira this throughout January 2025, and some analysts, some groups are expecting that the naira will swing further lower as supply is expected to kick up, given some of the lowered pressures we've seen on FX demand recently. For example, Nigeria has reduced its demand on FX in the importation of petroleum products, which used to constitute about 40% of our FX demands in recent time. However, it's not yet uhuru, as some of the economists at Nigerian Economic Summit Group yesterday helped us see with their microeconomic outlook. So if we'll see from the first image that there was a projection that at optimal outcome, we'll see that the Nigerian economy was projected to grow at about 3.7% in 2024. However, the economy between Q1 and Q3 has grown by about 3.2%, leaving us with a deficit. And going further, we go to inflation. We see that inflation, worst possible outcome of inflation, we expected to get a worst possible outcome of inflation at 28%. However, we've seen inflation go up to 34%, telling us that, okay, it may seem that all of our reforms are not giving us the optimal output that we're expecting. So to help us provide further insights, we have on the show Dr. Shakiruddin Taiwo from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Good morning, Dr. Taiwo.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you so much. So according to NESG's 2025 Microeconomic Outlook, all of our reforms would say basically underperformed in 2024. So what is driving, now the question for me is, what is driving the economic projection that the economy would grow as much as 5.5% in 2025?
So thank you very much, Debbie, for the more like the prelude to the program. Actually, reforms outcomes are actually different from the reform itself. You know, when you said all the reforms underperformed, so when we say the reform outcomes are our expectations from the reforms, which are usually positive. However, for every reforms initiated, for every public policy, there are trade-offs. Those that are captured and those unexpected. Those are emerging that as a result of the implementation process. So one would think is that the trade-offs that aren't captured or they are not adequately addressed actually led to suboptimal outcomes of these outcomes. It is good to actually recall that the NESG actually say the current administration as a willing reformer. Now, we actually made this known during our 29th National Economic Summit. And so for a government that initiated a lot of reforms, so our thought is that this is like a first step in recalibrating the economy. So for our 2025 outlook, there are a lot of comments, a lot of feedback that I've had is that people are very optimistic. How are we going to have a 5.5 growth? So these projections that we have, they are not projections, let's say, they are scenarios that we created. And that is why we have three possible outcomes that we could have in 2025. Putting into consideration the potential or the possible reforms outcomes, we have the 5.5 that takes care if the government takes the optimal part. And we actually give a definition of this optimal part. We also have the suboptimal pathways as well. And then we have the non-viable pathways, which we, in our thought, is saying the government will look at this. So the key drivers of some of these 5.5 optimal projections that we have at present is that there will be clarity more clarity of policy posture. Is our stabilization being driven by productivity or being driven by price focus? We all understand the philosophy around stability globally and even in economic theory. So what we have said is that the government would come out, just like the CBN have said, more clarity around it. Are we supporting growth this time? And if we are supporting growth, we understand the price amplification or pressure trade-off that will come as a result. So what are government doing? Then if we are focusing on price control or more like inflation targeting strategy, what are also the trade-offs on the productivity? You understand that if the CBN keeps increasing the interest rate, the monetary policy rate, the MPR, it has effect on credit to the real sector. And when credit to the real sector is squeezed, it also has an impact on productivity, which will then affect growth. So all these are more like we suggesting an holistic approach that the government now needs to come and talk to the public around. This is our posture. Our stabilization focus is a balance between productivity and the price driven focus. We also mentioned that in the introduction to this thinking ideology that we actually promulgated in this report, that there are some key lessons from all the reforms, programs, and implementation in 2024. There have to be timeliness of some of the reforms you have suggested. You have suggested clarity. You have suggested public support. So we think that the government will take these are policies, interventions, not suggestions now. So we are also specific about how we actually also frame some of our suggestions to the government. So there are interventions which would expect that the government will quickly implement or integrate into the current reforms that would have, that would then correct some of the mismatch that we have at the moment, and then optimize some of the gains that we have at the moment. So it is in our thoughts and in our thinking, and considering the model that we have used, in considering some of these parameters into this model, we think Nigeria could do 5.5. But if the trade-offs are also still big as we have it now, we are saying we might have some optimal outcomes at 3.4. And if this actually happens, then we are saying that our stabilization period will then extend further into 2026 and 2027. But our thought is that stabilization period are usually very short time, a year, to move out of this. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Taiwo, so what are some of the pitfalls that you think that should be a priority for fiscal authorities? That's the government, Ministry of Finance, and all the coordinating, the people coordinating the economy of the country. What are some of the pitfalls that you think should be a priority for them to work on?
Okay, so the first is they need to improve the synchronization of the fiscal and monetary policy. They need to improve this, and I'll give this example. So, mid 2023, we have the CBN engaging in some of interventions, supporting the fiscal side, and engaging some. Though we also have the opinion that why don't you allow fiscal policy to do this? But when the CBN went on these robust reforms around controlling inflation, just like I've said, the expected interventions that will have support either the social sectors were missing, or there's some signs of delay. There's the kind of urgency that is required in pushing up the trade-offs that would actually experience from interest rate hike were not there. So more like the private sector were left to actually use their own internal strategy to actually mitigate some of this effect. And that's why we could see in our NESG, Stanbic IBT's business confidence index, we could see the deterioration in business performance across those periods we have covered in this report for last year. So those supports that are needed, those interventions, more like on the physical side that are needed, are actually very weak or didn't come at a point in time to support productivity. Then secondly is on the social side as well. So when the exchange rate stability, so there's two policies which we need to get. So there is a difference between the value of your exchange rate and the stability of the rate. So what the CBN has achieved in 2024 is to achieve relative stability that improves investment decision, among others. So investors could say, oh, I think it will be 5% depreciation this year. You could actually forecast or project that stability in the value of the exchange rate. However, stability is important, so is the value. For an import-dependent nation like Nigeria, the value of exchange rate is as important as the stability of the exchange rate. So when the value of exchange rate depreciated hugely in 2024, we saw the impact, the spillover, the transmission, the pass-through of the effect on prices. And because we import, so our imported inflation actually increased. We saw the increase in price of fuel. Like I tell people that it isn't much of the removal of the subsidy that actually jacked up the price of fuel, rather the exchange rate effect. So at a point in time in May 2023, importers are having access to exchange rate at around 675 compared to 1,400, not 1,004, 1,400 as a value. So this pass through for commodity like fuel and the role it plays within the Nigerian economy and business ecosystem, there is the pass through of cost to the final consumer. So these are some of the things we think the government needs to ensure that this coordination. The second is also to ensure sectoral productivity. Nigeria cannot achieve stability if we don't address the food security issue. Though we have addressed more like the energy issue with respect to petrol pricing, we also need to have addressed the issue around food security. Aside from petrol or refined petroleum products, food imports also contribute hugely, more than 20%, to Nigeria's FX demand for imports. So if this is also reduced significantly, we could say yes, we would achieve this stability. Also, it's for government to also improve or increase their infrastructure development drive, address logistic issue within the economy. Though there's relative improvement, but we need it more so that the post-production cost of goods and services are reduced significantly. Then maybe lastly is some of this issue around regulatory area. Nigeria needs to address this issue around our ports, around our logistics. You know, there was a World Bank report in 2021, I think, that it is more expensive for you to move goods from Tinker Island to Kano than for you to have your cargo move from China to Nigeria. So we also need this issue around non-state actors. We having them on our road, a lot of stop and search that we have that also contribute some of these. I call it informal tax. You know, these people collect informal tax, and what businesses do is to transfer this cost to final consumer. And if these costs are also huge on consumers, it affects their welfare. And when it affects their welfare, Nigeria would need actually might be pushed into living condition crisis. So which we have actually escaped by the government's insistence on some of this reform in 2024.
Thank you so much for such a robust answer. You talked about the fact that the government needs to work on exchange rate stability as well as the value of the exchange rate so that we don't have imported inflation. Then you also spoke about the fact that government needs to work on other sectors of the economy, real sectors of the economy such as agriculture that affects food inflation. That was such a robust answer, and we thank you for your time. We are really appreciative of your coming on the show this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Taiwo.
Thank you, David, for having me on your show.
Thank you. So when we return from the break, we'll break down the details of the T-bill auction which took place yesterday. And we'll be having Eniola Olatunji, one of the finest fixed income analysts, break it down for us. Thank you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to deliver.
Welcome back to Economy and Markets. We have Eniola Olatunji, our fixed income analyst from Business Day, who will be giving us insights into the results from Wednesday's auction. Good morning, Eniola.
Good morning, David.
So what's driving the high subscription numbers? Yes, on Wednesday, we saw the one-year bill see a subscription amount of 2.49 trillion.
Yeah.
Despite reduced yields. Yields are declining progressively.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
So I think that investors are just trying to lock in on higher yields because there's projections that at the meeting in February, there might be a rate cut. But this projection is based on the fact that there's the inflation number for January would decline because of the new rebasing methodology. So everybody's just trying to lock in on higher yields, and that's why of the three 10-years we saw. So there's a 91 days tenure, 182 days tenure, and a 360 day tenure. Of the three of them, there was only the one that was oversubscribed. Yeah. About 400 billion was put up for the 1 year, and they saw more than 6 times subscription. Eventually, they sold only 700 billion, but they saw huge amount, and it was even higher than the previous auction, where we saw only about 1.4 trillion subscription for the 1 year TVs. So it makes sense that investors are trying to quickly,
everybody's even cashing on the largest
declined to about 27%. That is still high. It's still high. So they are just trying to lock in on it for the next 1 year.
So in January alone, we've seen T-bill successful T-bill subscription. That is, we've seen the CBN offer, but we've seen them raise over a trillion naira. How much is the government looking to raise from T-bills this year? So
the government is looking to raise about 9.17 trillion in how do I say it now? Nigeria's in its debt market, local debt market,
bonds and T-bills,
and savings bond, federal government bond. But last year Nigeria issued its first domestic dollar bond, which was about 2 billion, and that's its first tranche. And it said that which was I think 900 million. Yes. So that was the first tranche, and there are several other tranches. It's a 2 billion project.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
So say they issue maybe the next 1.5 this year. So 1.5 from 9.17. So they should be issuing about 7 trillion.
They are looking to raise up to 7
trillion in domestic debt.
So that means progressively we'll see from projections, we'll progressively see the amount being raised by CBN decline.
Yes, decline
over the next 11 months.
Yes.
Okay. So that's, I think, thank you, Eniola, for your short insight on the show this morning.
You're welcome.
And thank you all for joining us. We had Dr. Taiwo earlier on the show, and we have Eniola. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. I'm David Olujimi. Good morning and have a nice weekend.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a conclusion. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good day, everyone. This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and we are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue about the recent night raids that EFCC operatives have been embarking on in private homes. These raids aimed at curbing internet fraud and corruption have raised questions about legality, safety, and public trust in law enforcement. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm going to be speaking to a few people here on the street to find out their opinions on this topic. So tell us your name, sir, what you do.
My name is Ajibola Fenaki. I'm a civil servant. I work with Nigerian Postal Service.
Hello, my name is Adeze Aba.
Tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Emmanuel Ojewole. I'm an AC technician, so I work for a company.
My name is Frank Chukwuebuka. I work with Access Bank, and I'm in application security, cyber security.
Are you aware of some of the recent raidings of EFCC operations where they are raiding homes at night?
Yes, I didn't go into the news, into the main details, but I heard that an officer of the EFCC was killed, right? Yeah, but I really didn't go into the details.
Actually, I've heard of the recent event, EFCC busting people's just anyhow. It's not a good thing to talk about. It's not a good thing.
I've been seeing it in the news. I've heard so much about it. I've seen it in blogs.
So have you had any experiences, or do you know anyone that has been in this position?
Yes, I have a friend who was actually raided, but not at night, during the day actually. It was really a bit of an issue, but I think it was sorted one way or the other. I had to go with them.
Well, what do you think about this approach of EFCC deciding to go do their raids of private homes at night where the people are sleeping?
Well, I believe before you raid anybody's house, you need to have a warrant. And if they don't have a warrant, then it's illegal. And from my level of understanding, if you barged into somebody's home illegally, then whatever you see, you have to take it like that. But I really don't know the extent it went to for somebody to be killed. I really don't know what transpired, but at least you need to have a legal document before you can break into somebody's house.
To me, I would say it's a night robbery actually, because they are not supposed to raid into people's houses to, what are you searching? You're not a police officer, you're not a force. So I don't think it's proper for you to just barge into someone's house to raid or to search them. Is not proper.
I feel that there are some legal procedures that need to be taken before you can issue an arrest, so that you must obtain a search warrant, or you must obtain an arrest warrant to be able to arrest someone. And also, I know that by the rule of the court, they usually particular time, within time frame that you can make an arrest. But the issue in Nigeria is that there is a law in law book and there's law in reality. So I believe that EFCC action sometimes they take some extrajudicial effort to effect what I don't know whether they even have the search warrants, because most of the time in the news they don't usually disclose that to us. But I believe that there are no courts that will issue you a search or arrest warrant that you can effect within in the middle of the night. So, and we all have a right to our fundamental human right to save yourself. So when you see someone barging into your house in the night, you would want to save your property, want to save your children, want to save your family. So there is high probability or there is likelihood of you trying to, if you have any arm, trying to shoot, especially the recent occurrence that happened. So it is something that will have to be decided by the court. But in a nutshell, I don't think there's any court that can give you a warrant to arrest someone in the middle of the night. So in my opinion, I would say that that is an extrajudicial effort to carry out whatever they carried out there. And that is not right. I believe that we are in an orderly society, and we should ensure that there is what we call fundamental way of behavior. Because if such is eroded, you won't be able to even have a functioning society. So when security forces take law into their hands and decide to act the way they want to, and there is no repercussion about that, it will encourage them to keep doing more. So I think EFCC should curb the way they execute the search warrant they usually issue to them. They should ensure that they follow due process of law, and they should ensure that even when they carry it out within the confines of the law, they do it in a civilized manner. Because I've seen some videos where they drag people, they beat you. That's not. I don't think that is part of what they should do. So that's my opinion about that. And for the guy that shot the EFCC guy, I believe that will be determined by the court. I wouldn't make a comment on that.
I don't really feel good about it, because why would just be raiding people, innocent people that do nothing concerning what you are supposed to do to people who are, maybe they are guilty. Let's say they are guilty, that's good. But some of them, many of them are innocent. They just bust their area, gather them, and transport them to their office. It's not good. It's disheartening.
Do you think that in any way the EFCC's actions are in any way helping to them going about it this way? Do you think it's in any way helping to curb corruption?
With the recent event, it's not helping the situation. It's not helping the situation. But if they are doing their job as they ought to do it, yes, they are curbing corruption in that way. But with the recent event, busting people's place, just like that, anyhow, that is not helping the situation at all. Rather, it's just, adding to the problem.
So what do you think that the EFCC can do to make sure that their operations are more fair?
Okay, I think what they should do is put a call through to the person first and let the person know what you're coming to do there. Then, if the person gives you an opportunity to come into the house or to come and search or raid, then fine, you can do that. If not, it's not proper.
There's no two way about it. When you've done your investigations, have a legal document to back probably your investigation or whatever you want to go and arrest somebody. Have a legal documentation to back everything up, because you have to go by the law. If not, so anything can happen. That's the way I see it anyway.
What will you say is a better approach for them to curb corruption, for EFCC to curb corruption?
I think the better approach is this. They should do thorough investigation before they carry out their operation, so that they will be sure that, okay, these people, they are really the culprit that they are looking for, not that they will just bust any area and carry innocent people to their office and stuff like that.
I would say that there will be need to balance civility, law and order, and ensuring that they make an arrest. Because if you inform, you always go after financial crime people. If you inform them that they are coming, there's high likelihood of them fleeing. of them trying to evade arrest and all. So I would suggest that when you first issue a warrant and tell someone that you need you to come out for questioning, or if you issue a warrant and let the person know that we have this warrant to come and search your premises. There are rules to this. You have to inform the person first. You have to show your warrant. You have to introduce yourself to the person, and the person also have to search you before you even come into the person's premises. These are civilized rules that have been made by in the rules of the court. That this is how you're supposed to take it. So if they want to effect search warrant or arrest warrant, they should go within these confines of the law. They have all the necessary equipment, especially if the person flees the premises. They have the necessary equipment. They have the necessary manpower, would I call that, to just search for the person and get the person. So there's this thing they usually say in the law, that it is better for a criminal to escape than for you to arrest or for you to detain one. It's good for 99 criminals to escape than for you to arrest one innocent person. So if the fear of the person fleeing is what causes them to take extrajudicial effort, I think it is high time that they started rethinking their strategy, because it's better for the guy to flee and you make effort to catch the person than for that particular one person that might not even be guilty of this particular crime, because the court determines who is guilty, to be harassed in the night. And we've seen what has happened in recent time, why the person, when he was attacked or when his house was barged, he was forced to release, he was forced to shoot people, shoot one of the EFCC guys. This thing could easily be avoided if taking the right measure. Now we have someone that have lost his life, we have family that have lost their son, we have someone that lost his brother, and so on. So you can actually avoid those things if they just follow the precinct of the arrest warrant or search warrant that have been granted to them. Because I'm sure that no court will give you search warrant. Whenever the search or arrest warrant is given, there is usually time within the day that you can effect that. And there is no court that will give you that to effect in the midnight or early morning, like 3 a.m. I don't think so.
Thank you very much.
All right.
This has been the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we gather opinion from social media and take it to the streets to find out what people on the streets are also saying. Until next time, see you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was a commendation. and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa and welcome. Let's see what's making top stories this afternoon. Ex-FCT Minister Hussaini dies at 82. Federal government approves 4 billion naira cash transfer to vulnerable household. 8 billion naira allocation for anti-vandalism advocacy, says Adelabu. Russia rejects UK accusations of targeting undersea cable. Iheanacho makes decision over transfer to Panathinaikos. To begin the news, the former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Jeremiah Hussaini, is dead. It was learned that Hussaini, a retired army officer, died on Thursday at the age of 82 after a protracted illness. His death was announced on Thursday night by Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang in a statement issued by his Director of Press and Public Affairs, Gyang Bere. Governor Mutfwang described Hussaini's passing as a tremendous loss to his family, the Nigerian Armed Forces, Plateau State, and the nation. Moving on now, the federal government has approved 4 billion naira for conditional cash transfers to vulnerable households in Nigeria. During the launch of the 2025 Nigeria Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan at the United Nations House in Abuja on Thursday, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Professor Netanyahu Iwada, announced the interventions to address the country's deepening humanitarian crisis. This move is expected to support at least 10 million displaced households, primarily targeting the most vulnerable members of society. The cash transfer program is set to begin in February and continue through April, aiming to alleviate the immediate needs of families affected by displacement, particularly in the Northeast. Still on now, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has reassured Nigerians of his commitment to delivering a stable electricity supply, stating that efforts are ongoing to improve the country's power infrastructure. Adelabu also addressed misconceptions surrounding the 8 billion naira allocation in the Ministry of Power's 2025 budget, clarifying that the funds are earmarked for advocacy against vandalism, education, enlightenment, and deploying technology to safeguard power infrastructure, and not for sensitizing citizens to pay electricity bills. The minister, who came under fire on social media following claims that the ministry was spending 8 billion naira on electricity bill awareness, dismissed the report as unfounded. He explained that the ministry's focus is on combating the growing menace of vandalism, which has severely disrupted power supply in many parts of the country. To end the local news, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has destroyed substandard, unregistered foods, drugs, and cosmetic products worth approximately 1,367,000 seized in the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. During the destruction exercise on Thursday, NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye stated that the activity is part of the agency's routine operations across all zones of the Federation, including the FCC. Adeyeye, who was represented by Festus Ukadike, a director in the Director General's office, stated that the agency's goal is to rid the country's supply chain of substandard regulated goods. She highlighted that in 2024, NAFDAC made significant progress with substantial seizures that demonstrated its commitment to protecting health. And on the foreign scene, Russia on Thursday denied ever targeting underwater communications cables, a day after London accused a Russian spy ship of passing through British waters and issued a direct warning to President Vladimir Putin. Britain said on Wednesday that its Royal Navy had tracked the ship about 45 miles off its coast, saying the vessel was being used for gathering intelligence and had been mapping critical underwater infrastructure. The accusations came with concern about the sabotage of underwater communication links between NATO countries blamed on Russia. In a statement cited by Russian state news agencies, Moscow's embassy in London said the accusations made by the British defense establishment against Russia of creating some kind of threat to the underwater communications of the country and its NATO allies are absolutely untenable. They maintain that such threats never come from Russia. The French government said it's putting the final touches on a reformed sex education syllabus for schools, with some topics notably around gender identity causing resistance among conservative groups. Education Minister Elizabeth Bourne, who previously served as Prime Minister under President Emmanuel Macron between May 2022 and January 2024, is spearheading the efforts, saying overhauling sex education guidelines was overdue. She said the overhauled syllabus is to come into force after the summer holidays this year, calling for 3 sex education sessions per year for primary, middle, and secondary schools, including private schools. While 3 such annual sessions have been mandatory on paper for over 2 decades, they happen only rarely. Top of the list is the inclusion of a discussion around gender identity and biological sex, which has become a hot-button topic in recent years in many Western countries. And now to sports. Super Eagles striker Kelechi Iheanacho has turned down a move to Panathinaikos, preferring to wait for a more enticing offer. The 20-year-old striker, who has struggled to make an impact at Sevilla since joining the club on a free transfer last summer, had been linked with a move to the Greek league supergiant. According to Radio Sevilla, Iheanacho was not convinced by Panathinaikos' offer and has decided to put his departure from Sevilla on hold. The Nigerian forward and his entourage are reportedly holding out for a better offer, with clubs in England believed to be interested in his services. However, his decision to reject Panathinaikos' offer is a clear indication that he is not willing to settle for just any club. Now to end the news, Anthony Joshua's promoter Eddie Hearn has outlined the conditions under which a fight between Joshua and Deontay Wilder could happen. Speaking to Ring Magazine, the British promoter explained that the first step is to wait for the outcome of the Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker fight scheduled for February 22. He emphasized that the fight is not their current priority. Anthony Joshua lost his last fight to Daniel Dubois and is now searching for a potential opponent. However, Turki Al-Sheikh has shared details about who the British boxer might fight next. And these were the stories making the headlines this afternoon. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates in a bit.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.